Studio. What is good, everybody? Happy Friday. Let's turn down some of this background noise here. Hope you're all doing well out there. It's Friday. It's Feedback Friday. It's time. We're going to listen to you guys today. Let's see who is here in the chat. Jacques, first today. Welcome in, homie. Happy New Year to you. It's been a bit. Hope things are doing well for you over there. Blazing Beats, yo, yo, yo. Welcome back in, homie. Zeep Xanthor, what is up? Waking up for the day. Good, good. Coffee needs to be done. Yeah, everybody get up, get your caffeine. It's time. I just got my tea. Kwame is here saying it's the best day of the week. Yay. Exporting meow. Oh, this is great. This is great. Yusuf, welcome in. Happy Friday. If it's your first time in, welcome aboard. We are going to, I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to pin this. Y'all can click that link up there if you're trying to find the Discord. You want to head to the public feedback channel. If you're here for feedback, just drop your link in there and we will get to you in the order in which it was dropped. Echo Forge Studio. What's up, Tom? I blame Echo Forge Studio for us starting a little late today. You can consider him the sponsor of the show today. So while we're on that thread, if you're looking to make your music sound better than it's sounded ever before, contact Tom at Echo Forge Studio. You can hit him up here in the chat on Twitch, or you can hit him up in Discord. He has the handle Masters by Iggy. He'll make your stuff shine. Also, on that note, there's a new release out there in the world from our very own Olivia. Just dropped something new. Liv, please spam the chat. Listen, people. Listen to new stuff from her. It's great. Tom has lost his sub. And Liv is in the queue today. Ooh, this is going to be great. This is going to be great. Iron Imp is here. What's up, dude? Welcome in. Happy Friday. Tea is important, right? What is everybody drinking out there this morning? Well, it's morning here. So it's totally fine if you're like, you know, already imbibing somewhere else. That's fine. Tom says, I can just imagine OhmLab using a boiling flask and pouring the tea into a test tube. Jacques says, I drink only coffee 5 times a day. Oh, I love coffee. Ooh. Yeah, Tom, don't let the matcha go to waste. Don't let it go to waste. It is time. Hey, Dino's here. Welcome in. Happy New Year. I don't think I've seen you in here since the New Year started, so Happy New Year. That's good stuff. Good stuff. Hey, Saf is here too. Saffron. I think I get to see you again next week, don't I? Excellent, excellent. All this talk about coffee, right? Gotta go get coffee. Exophonic, welcome in. Happy Friday to you, sir. It looks like all sorts of people are here, so we're going to go ahead and click over and see what's going on. Kwame says, it's 5:54 on the clock, on the dot, in my Herman Miller, chilling with OhmLab. Very nice. That means I'm almost caught up with the chat, because it's 10:55 here, so. All right. Oh, Kwame says, I got a little track that's waiting for you. Very nice. Dino says, send a little beat. Excellent. Excellent. Ooh. Some feedback if we were to officially release it, huh? All right. All right. Let's go see what's good. Let's go see what's good. We got... Oh, hey. All right. We got new stuff. Oh, it's a good lineup, you guys. Already. Let's jump in. Just turn off ADD here. Always feels a bit like a vacuum when the background music gets turned off and you're waiting for that first track on Feedback Friday to start playing, doesn't it? Tom says he's heading out. Go get good rest, Tom. You sleep well. Rest those precious ears. KXNRO. Saying, OhmLab quite urgently needs some feedback on a track I'm currently working on for a record label, NCS. Okay, so Jordan at No Copyrights reached out to me saying, I like the creativity of the tune, drops in the second part of the tune. I personally think improving your mix would help drive the tune much further. He then referred me to Dan Smith, a professional mixing engineer who's advised for many huge names. Yep, totally familiar with Dan. I like the track. A few things strike me on initial listen. The mix is very loud. Not that it's a bad thing, but you could be losing some fidelity in the sound having it so heavily compressed. The other thing is that the vocal samples seem to get lost in the mix a bit, and the synths are extremely wide, which again is not really a bad thing, except for when it's converted to mono, they disappear quite a bit. Dan queried me, what is your process for mixing currently? Are you letting your master bus go into the reds and then letting Ableton clip it on the bounce, or are you using limiters, clippers on the master bus? The other thing I noticed is that there's not a lot of dynamic movement between the sections. I answered, also, I actually made this within FL. However, I do have Ableton, standard 12. What I usually add for the master is as follows in the Master Effects rack. That's just to provide any basic information, just in case you request any. Here's the track in question. Give me your most detailed response. I need this on the label. All right. This is great. So we're going to listen to this. Let me just pull up my notepad here. Get rid of this. Oh man, I'll tell you what, I wrote up the description for Rick's new release over on Ghost Hack Skyrealm 2. This is Rick Zaris I'm speaking of, and oh my goodness, it's just next level yummy. It's just wow. There's gonna have to be some listens. Maybe we'll reserve him a spot in the feedback queue today, just so we can play one of like the construction kit demos or something. There's a ton. It's enormous. It's enormous. I forget just exactly how big is it? It's over 40 gigs, so it's big. We'll just have to listen to a little bit of it. It's so good. Hey, Reigns Phoenix is in the house. All right, let's listen to Conroe. This one's called Giving Up. Give me just a second to type out this last little bit here. All right, so this is a really, really good track. I like everything that's happening in it except for the extremes in the mix, and they're just loudness extremes. And I think that this is really just a carving away thing. Nothing else needs to be added. So this is actually a pretty quick fix. Your LUFs need to come down. These guys are right. Like what they're saying is absolutely correct. They're being really like kind and diplomatic in the ways in which they are saying what they're saying. But here's what's happening. Okay, the vocals are being driven a bit too much, and in the mid highs specifically. The mid highs is what the area of the vocals that really cut through in the mix, right? So we're talking like, 1K to 5K or something like that. You're driving that a little bit more than it needs to be, and then all of everything is being inflated by the limiting at the end. Okay, so we do need to address the drive on the vocals initially. Um, the the fatigue effect of, or the harshness of the highs is kind of multiplied by the big sub presence pretty consistently down low. So we just need to kind of pare things down just a little bit. Okay, so your LUFs are probably hitting around like neg 4 or so, quite a bit of the time, maybe neg 6. I'd bring it down to neg 10 at the loudest probably for this one. And then I bring the low end cutoff up to 40 hertz. It feels like there's just a little bit of rumble that doesn't need to be there. So there's like some kind of plosive impact type stuff that's happening that we just don't really need. It's kind of this intrusive presence. So I'd roll that cutoff up to 40 hertz, 12 dB per octave curve. You're still going to have a ton of low end presence down there. That's a pretty gentle curve. Then I would wrangle the highs, reduce the highs in the reverb channel for sure, because there's a lot of lingering high frequency information in the mix. And that stuff is just kind of sitting around in the soup. And it's a really nice atmospheric effect if you can curtail the top end of it, if you just attenuate the whole top end and make it kind of cottony. And if you use like a 6 dB per octave curve on that reverb channel, you can keep it really, you can keep a lot of light, airy stuff coming in over here. You're just going to have to kind of play around with what your final resting point is, though. I wouldn't really recommend anything above probably like 6 to 7 to 8K, something like that on an EQ curve like this, because your original vocal signal really needs to shine through, right? This other stuff can oftentimes be brought down quite a bit because you want this kind of velvety kind of soft landing spot in the background, right? You don't want this kind of harsh resonant effect to the air. You know what I mean? And that's really going to help with all of that because it's going to take a lot of that high end excitement out. And then lastly, just use some dynamic EQ to attenuate the highs in individual channels in real time on the things that are more precious, right? So we're talking like the vocals or your leads. The other things, the more supportive elements, they may not even need a dynamic EQ. You could probably use um, just a traditional EQ for those. But what I would also recommend is using volume automation and then curves within your volume automation to kind of soften the edges of things around the points of transition and accenting. Um, and then that should kind of help with kind of the edges of this thing. But the biggest thing, like these guys pointed out, is the overall kind of comfort of audio coming into the ears and the fidelity, the integrity of the audio signal itself is being affected by the loudness. So bring that down. It'll give people a little bit of chance to turn it up, but not people are going to turn it up at neg 10 even. That's pretty loud. So streaming services start turning things down at neg 16 LUFS. So it kind of gives you a little bit of perspective as to what's happening here. If you listen to all of this and it feels like it's a little bit heavy, use a shelf to bring down the low end and start in increments of like 3 dB at a time and just start knocking it down from your bottom end would look something like this. Maybe sit that thing around 60 or so, shelf it for about 3 dB, which is going to be a slight attenuation of the biggest peaks of the non-audible sub-presence. And it'll be mostly in this range between 20 and 40, where the effect is actually taking place. So you're really, really close. You just got to get the loudness wrangled more than anything. And then everything else after that is pretty nuanced. Hey, Tom is here. He couldn't resist. What does Tom say here? All right, yeah, this is like everybody in the chat is kind of feeling the same thing. Hey, Ben is here. What's up, Nano? How you doing, homie? Tom says, well, actually, I'm still here because I saw NCS was involved. I think the microdynamics needs some more work before the master chain to preserve the transient if you want to go to neg5 LUFS. It is a loudness war thing, yeah. There you go. Tom's got the fix here. Also, at neg4 to neg5, you're looking at pushing the equal loudness contour. That's why it sounds screechy. Normally, a cut around 1K needs a dip, a bit of a dip. Arnhem says, having been trying to advise people to listen to Aphex Twin complex equation track, I'm not a fair of high end, but yeah, what OhmLab is saying. Rokusai, how you doing? I know Leg 5 is just it's just insanity for regular listening, right? Rokusai walks in the door. Neg 5? Babe, get the shotgun from the pantry. All right, Conroy, I hope that helps. I hope it vibes with you. Hope it assists you in making it even better. Ben is back with something. Ben, I still have not had a chance to take that thing and put it into my DAW. Let's see what freestyle this is all about. Where are we going here? We're going here. Wait a minute. This track was not found. I need a new... Can you kick the thing, Ben? There it is. Thank you. Excellent. Freestyle this. Respect the gazelle. That's it. That's it. Just 32 seconds. Ben, I'm going to play this again. Ben, I like it. I think like in some way, I think it might be the way that you've got the undulation, like the slide, the glide happening with the bass. Um, but I feel like it's one of the more mainstream acceptable gnarly things that you've brought in a bit, and I really like the shiny juxtaposition, super textural, right? The gazelle did go nicely with the tune, right? Oh, acute. I appreciate you. Happy Friday, homie. Good to have you here. What are you doing with this one, Ben? This one has like this kind of like sexy appeal to it. Like it's got a clubby vibe to it. Where's this going? What are you doing? I like the textures. Tom, you take care. Dino, all good. All good. Okay. D&B drops second half, I think. Wrapper on this section. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I feel that. Yeah, I like that. I like that. Male rapper. I can hear it. I can hear it. Ooh, what if it's like some what if it's like some French? Yeah. Iron him. The gazelle signals you're in a good place. Don't trip. Despite being a screaming flying gazelle. Oh man. Wee wee. Right, Ben? Yeah, I can hear that. I could hear that. Hmm. All right. Jacques. Something about the scream says love and kindness to all. It's poetic. It's true. It's so true. All right, this one's called The Epic Journey of Duck, Part 2. Fixed. And isn't this just a cute little duck? Look at this duck. Hello, duck. All right. The Epic Journey of Duck. This is really good, Jacques. Um, really, really, really tasty. I feel like this is very um, uh, well, it's epic, right? I feel like it starts in one place and ends in a very different place. Um, so yeah, I think epic is a fair thing to say here. I think there's two things that you can do to really kind of elevate this, if you will, level it up. One would be more cinematic transition effects, things that will make us feel as though this is on a bit more grander scale. Um, so the the cymbal crash is great, but if it had a supportive cymbal roll behind it, right, and maybe just like a quick little timpani like accent on that, and um, instead of that quick transition, a riser that is slowly building for 16 bars, right? But it's at such a subtle and low level, and it's noise based or atonal, so it's not messing with the mix in any way or the arrangement in any way. But it's itching on our brain and it's creating the tension. So then, when the point of transition does occur, at which point you also have a cinematic hit. To maybe it's just like a low end boom, so it's not like a big like right, but just like a right. You can have like some understated, nuanced touches to this to add just a little bit more cinematic appeal. That's one thing, and then the other thing is just a little bit deeper mixing, and by that I mean if there's a layer of texture or atmosphere in here that you can manipulate um, and kind of use as a safety net for these points in which the mix kind of disappears or goes down to a really kind of subtle point, you've got a feeling of depth still that exists, right? It can be a very thin layer of something, um, but having an agent in there that is pushed way back, and it could be distant horns, for instance. It doesn't have to be like the sound of air. I don't mean like super, super thin. Um, but something that provides a sense of depth for us. And then that way, when those two things are added, and in those final moments of the mix where everything is being brought up, it kind of unfolds like dimension, right? It feels like we're seeing this on a big screen and hearing it through speakers instead of just hearing it through speakers. Does that make sense? It kicks our imagination into overdrive. This is really good. That's really good. Play some beats. Not sure what I could do to add to improve this. I know some variance is needed and the bass could be a little less crunchy. However, I feel like something will be missing even with those changes. Okay. Cool art, by the way. This is this looks like we're looking through a portal in an episode of Adventure Time. Jacques, you are welcome. I hope that it vibes with you and helps you make it even better. Okay, Blazin, I feel you. It is missing something. This is great. It's really unique. The timbre, the intro is fantastic because the initial onset of the sound, there's some familiarity there, right? And then it just disappears, and you're sitting in the soup of novel, like genuinely unique there for a second. And when the bass hits, um, it feels pretty profound. It feels like something has just happened. So I think you should clean up the low end of it just a little bit and scoop out uh, the mud. And I think that if you put some multi-band compression uh, to task on this, that it would be the right tool. I think it would keep your highs super crispy, and it would tidy up the mids. And I think that you can use an EQ to um, attenuate the super low frequencies that are making it a little bit too heavy. And then in regards to the things that's missing, because that's just carving out of things, um, I think a secondary rhythmic element that changes, that's kind of jarring in its juxtaposition to the first. The second is maybe dialogue samples, maybe something even as fun as assembling a message, from like gathering sources from or snippets from different sources. Kind of like how a ransom note looks with the different letters from different magazine things, whatever. But just kind of like assembling something over time. Or maybe it's you're taking a message like a coherent sequence of words, and you are redistributing those words, resequencing, if you will, um, to where it comes out just a little off. Something feels a little kind of, like I said, kind of profound and deadly about this bass, though. So my mind kind of goes towards like we might as well mess with people's minds when we're in this space. Um, And then I do think that there is some sort of like a counterbalance agent that's missing. There's this kind of cool broodiness to this, and then in this kind of breakdown area here, which is fantastic. Like right there, there could be some higher frequency responses to these pulses that we're hearing, these mid range pulses. And then if that upper element carries on after this section, if it stays in the mix here, then it would probably feel like we picked something up along the way, and we can use that now, this kind of higher frequency friend that came along for the ride. Um, I don't know, a couple of ideas. Let's see what the chat's saying. Liv says low mids needs a janitor, but sick bass. Oh, deadly good, not deadly bad. Blazing Beats. No. Yeah, absolutely. Roku says low cutting and some compression, get the sub under control. Rains loves this. Kwame says, I feel like you could maybe nudge the BPM up slightly. Be a little different feel, but kind of banger. Already is banger, but you know what I mean. Just a thought. Kind of in love with the respace, just wish it was ruder still, says Iron Imp. Okay, so see, this is a really good bit of feedback right here. This whole smack me around and call me darling baseline, right? So one way that you can have it both ways, right? Have your cake and eat your pudding too, is to put some subtle saturation swells just over the top of this track, right? The bass track itself, right? They could be strategic or they could be random, but allowing a couple of moments where things touch a different edge. They touch this this level that you were not expecting, which is always kind of nice. Exphonic. Here's a little white noise on the bass and perhaps a little cut in the white noise in the low mids. Yep, yep, yep. That would make a lot of sense. Make a lot of sense. The Respace Mistress. Ransom note style. Oh, man. Yeah. Oh. A quote generator. Yes. Yes. Oh, that's awesome. Paul Paradise floating through space over here. This one's called Big Trouble. All right, Paul, this is really great. I think the two things here that can really seal the deal on this one. One is volume mix. If it can be just a little bit tighter, like with these font chords, like do 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 do. They're a little bit loud, and their reverb is a little bit hot, and there's also a little bit of extra lows and highs, honestly, in that reverb channel. So kind of bringing those down just a little bit, so they're a little bit not fully supportive because they need to be kind of pointy still, but just a little bit down. I want some like VHS degradation, not like cassette tape and not vinyl. I want like VHS, right? I feel like that would really, really fit the synthwave vibe, and it really does not like the word funk. It wants it all to be phone. So you've got a few different things here together, coinciding, which are really great, by the way. The way that you've put them all together, I think that this is kind of the gel that could seal the whole thing together, is just this finish, just this kind of, it's not quite right finish. Now, the thing that could really seal the deal, you get the dialogue up on top, and you warble everything except for the dialogue. The dialogue is already ancient, right? It's already sampled from way back when. So roll with that, right? Get your dialogue really up on top and shiny, and then make your music mix a little less shiny. And let me just show you a tool. Welcome in, guys. By the way, happy Friday to you. If you're looking for feedback, we're doing it through Discord. The link is pinned in the chat. Hit the public feedback channel on the server. Reaktor is a fantastic tool from Native Instruments, and if you've already got Complete, then you've already got it, and if not, there's a free version of Reaktor. Anyway, there is a beautiful thing called the Reaktor User Library, where once you have Reaktor, you can just go on there and download whatever you want for free from all these beautiful people that make beautiful things. One of those beautiful things from beautiful people is a project called the VHS Ensemble, and this has seen different iterations over the years. But it gives you a host of different parameters to play with, involving different levels and types of hum, hiss, crackle, noise, drive, tone, warble, flutter, shape, RPM. You've got control over highs, lows, saturation, pre, post signal flow, saturation chorus, mono, mic emulation of different types. And then, of course, the global controls. So there's just quite a bit of like wear and tear that you can bring to something, and then dial it in at whatever level you like, and you don't have to go and look for something really expensive. There's also really expensive plugins and stuff that you can get to. But I really, really like this guy. You can get a lot out of it, and there's been different versions of it. I think it's about to load us. Yeah, this is a slightly different version. But go onto the Reaktor user library and just search VHS. A very, very cool thing to play with. Let's see who's next. Liv! Liv has something new. Did I mention to you guys that Liv just dropped something new? It's true. Look it up and listen to it. It's real. It's on Bandcamp. And Liv, you can spam the chat. And this one's called Formative. Hey, there's some OhmLab in there.
Slow down, we're moving in the same space. Flash flood, we're drowning in the same place. You and I, we're not so different. Hold up, worlds start colliding. No feels, we're just free riding. So much, just time to let it in. Think fast, my heart rate starts to rise. Stand still, my mind
Whew. Oh. Oh. Liv, um, like I love the arc of this, like the way that you've just ended this is great. I feel like there's some, um, like this feels like it's a work in progress still. Uh, but I love what is unfolding here and how it unfolds and the way that it kind of falls apart and it feels album worthy. It feels like it is a piece of a journey. Honestly, that's what I'm feeling. I want to roll up here and see what people in the chat are saying. This is pretty nice. Something has happened over there, Liv. I don't know what it is, but I'm really glad that we've gotten to hear some new stuff from you, and I'm glad that the music is flowing. At 150, I would love to feel like a rush of release and calm going into the section, like an audible push or like a wave that we can ride into this little slice of heaven. And then this feeling of hysteresis that creeps in, this like this sense of uh, something has happened and now like something threatens to tear this like safe pure space asunder or something. It's pretty nice. I like this. It's a really nice way of using degradation to create tension. I feel like it's really pulling on heartstrings in a way, and it like there's no words being used to do that. It's the sounds that are kind of, I don't know. It's almost kind of like a pleading almost. 322 on the verge of just too low there with the like two bass notes there. Like this feeling of like bottoming out is pretty great. This moment at 334 and then just this wind down to the very end with the bit crush. It's cool. It feels really emotional and uh, raw and yeah, almost like a kind of a pleading way. Yeah, this is really good. Let's see what people are saying. Yeah, we went from twerking in the chair, feel good vibes. Um, Roku says vocal can come up a bit. Otherwise, very nice mix. Um, oh, you turned it down right before. Exophonic says love your chord choice. Dino says damn. AQ says nice. Um, yeah, the quirkiness of the vocal is nice. Shine it. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Kwame says, I want to lay in a field of grass. Exophonic says, let me see if my ears work. 1.5, a second inversion on the 5. Kwame says, on a warm, sunny day. Ooh, Liv says, I've been resisting adding effects to this track, but I do think you're on about the transition needing just a little bit of garnish. Um, hmm. Yeah, Blazon, I like what I'm hearing, but transitioning into this part needs to give a post-nut clarity before going back to reality. I think I know what you're talking about in that moment. Jeremy, welcome in. Happy Friday to you. Ben says, you're talented. Ooh, Roku getting involved. Yeah. You guys, if this keeps up, we're going to have to start a label or something, you guys, if this keeps up. All this collaboration in the chat. Exophonic asks the question, Olivia, have you listened to Porter Robinson? Liv, he's only been the most influential artist on me in the past 15 years. Literally my favorite artist. It's true. It's true. Sometimes when I hop onto the computer at night and I'm working or whatever, I like look at friend list on Discord and I see that Liv is listening to Porter Robinson. It's true. Acute says, I'm in love with this project, Livia. Great work. Nano says, yeah, that was crazy dope. Liv says, isn't that crazy? The melodies and textures communicate this emotion without any words. Was particularly proud of that aspect. That is sound design. That is the power of allowing sounds the time and space to operate in the ways in which they need to operate to communicate what they so desperately need to communicate. It's the feeling. That's the feeling. That's the feeling. The feels is the result of making your sounds alive. And then perhaps at times killing them slowly in probably a fairly painful way if you're a pure and beautiful harmonic audio waveform being torn asunder by bit crushers. But it's a beautiful end. So it's like a Viking ending, Oh man. So many bits of love in the chat for this one, Liv. Post-nut clarity, meaning a moment of realization or sobriety that kicks in the situation as it really is. Blazin? I feel like this is Blazin Beats dictionary worthy moment here. Roku says, OhmLab, why isn't there a label already? That should have happened 4 years ago when COVID hit. Damn it. I know. I feel like, in a way, I was a little sidetracked by a couple of things, you guys. But I am glad that COVID did make the stream happen here. Lamba, what's up? How are you? Happy Friday to you. Uh-oh. Ben's gonna spark a thing in the chat. Says Mad No Reporter. This is great. All right, I love that there's been such a huge and strong reaction to this chat or this track from Liv. It just means that we gotta have more from Liv, and I think that we're all pretty freaking lucky to have it. So. Blazin says, not gonna lie, I'd go to this label for tracks to be released to the public, to be honest. Roku says, OhmLab, you got an A&R right here in the chat, and I'm happy to do the mixing for the label. Boom. That would be something, huh? Well, maybe we actually need to sit and talk it out. We've got multiple people that can help make all of this stuff happen. This is true. All right. Well, if we're going to have that kind of a conversation, we're going to have a conversation about how time is being used in the streams and stuff too. I'll have to think about that. Brenda, welcome in. This one's from Misfit. It's called Rise Again. Look at this art, by the way. Look at this. It's pretty wild. Brenda, you can send a beat. There's a link pinned in the chat for the Discord. Go ahead and join the Discord. Click on public feedback in this channel. Drop a link in there, and we will get to it. Lamba, it's great that you brought something intense. Bring it. All right, Misfit, let's roll. All right, there's a couple things here that are kind of pulling me away from satisfaction on this one, and there's a whole lot pulling me towards satisfaction. Like a lot of um, the sounds that you've assembled in the palette are working really well together. It's more just about how it's being presented, like what you've created, how it's being presented. It's a little loud, so it's a little taxing, a little fatiguing on the ears over time. The bass can come down like 5 dB. In that first section, that the bass up to the first minute. Nice colorful highlights after that. Similar to liking the color bass, I like the vocal play, but both can use more variation just for the sake of interest over time. I would keep it simple. The sounds are well selected and placed, so don't disrupt the vibe, just enhance it. Use clever juggling and reversal techniques, chop some stuff up, and then more importantly, make bold and unexpected changes. Like this feels a little jumpy in the section around like 250 towards the end here. It isn't complextro, but there is a bunch of slicing and stuff taking place. And I think that if you were to kind of lean into that and then bring a little bit more focus and balance in the way in which it's being presented. I noticed that Roku made the comment of, there's an imbalance between the loudness of the stereo bass and the mono bass, and it's kind of pulling me away or pulling me out of the experience. And I feel that. That's some good feedback there. I think that this is a bit of a chance to kind of go back and fine tune what the levels are, what the stereo position is, and then what is the goal for each, like, kind of moment to moment in this. So I think there might be a fair bit of volume automation still left to do. And then I also think, if you were to just like zoom out of this project and look at it at a whole, where are a few places where you could just really go to town and make it really, really interesting? Like, what if you made 6 or 7 slices right here and literally just like, let's put in a strip of silence here, and let's move these spots over here, and let's shorten this by half and stick it right over there. And now all of a sudden you've got this section of the song that feels like, holy hell, I think a transformer came in here and just smashed stuff, because this is all stuff that's completely foreign to my expectations. You've got some really good stuff. Xphonic says, I feel like the snare can pop through just a teensy bit more. He really likes this. Yusuf says, on the plucks that play along with the piano, second chord should be a major rather than a minor, just to match the piano chords. Roku says, the basses in the stereo bus are louder than the mono ones. It pulls me out of the experience a bit. Some gentle mix leveling is needed here. Liv says, absolute madness. It's a banger. Misfit is saying, this is probably one of my favorites that I've made recently. Yeah, I can see why. This is good. This is fun. Blazin, is the stream giving you issues? Cool reverb automation at the end, says Yusuf. Yeah, people are liking this one. This is good, Misfit. Yusuf, you are up. This this shot right here, like little Clockwork Orange vibes right here. Totally not the vibe of the music.
Ahead but never gone.
Oh.
And your silence is too loud when I'm alone. No warnings, you just like to break my flow. When I try to win you back, but I'm too slow. And if I run your race, I never see your face. And the road you paved is always full of no, 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 no. Yeah, nobody can move me like I'm catching up, what's the fuss? It don't matter if I run or jump. Blame my luck or blame me speedy nature. It ain't fun knowing that I ain't gon' catch up to you. And every step I take, you're miles and miles ahead. I'm stuck here in your past. And if I run your race, I never see your face. And the road you paved is always full of no, 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 no. Yeah, nobody can move me like you do. I'll follow your trail till the end. No matter if the world becomes so cruel, I'll keep chasing down my only friend. Yeah, nobody can move me like you do. I'll follow your trail till the end. No matter if the world becomes so cruel, I'll keep chasing down my only friend.
Yo, this is a really, really good example of getting a lot out of the Kontakt library. This is great. This is great. Or Kontakt libraries, I should say. This is fantastic. Like, backing horns, I feel at that moment of like 24 seconds can have a little bit more like ring or shine. 47 seconds, the piano lick here can come up. I think it's a really good accent opportunity. Also, there's this run towards the end. I was kind of into the groove, but there's this run towards the end before things wrap up. I think that could come up just a tiny touch too. 102, a musical response to the vocal rhythm here would be ace. A little cooking on the drum kit, little kind of brush style sticks, right? Just a little extra texture coming from the drum kit, and maybe a little bit of pedal play from the hats. I think that'd feel a little bit more playful in that moment, and that would probably be a nice little addition for the listener. Yeah, a lot of really good shaping on the instruments and their delivery. It felt quite organic in a lot of ways. Cody Modi's here. Welcome in. Happy New Year and happy Friday to you, homie. It's good to see you. It's been a minute. Exophonic, when I mentioned that about the horns, it was at 24 seconds. Yeah, this is great. This is great. Oh, blazing. Okay, cool. It was Steam, not our stream. Great. Excellent. Roku, I agree. Roku says, I am very, very impressed. I'm not very quickly impressed. I agree, Yusuf. You've got some really good stuff happening here. And, you know, it's quite interesting. How long have you been doing this? Hmm. Live, yeah, a lot of good music coming through. Oh, which Kontakt horns you used? Because they sound great. Yeah. About 7 years. Okay. Yeah, what libraries are you using? I bet people in the chat would appreciate hearing that. Zev! Will! How are you? Bonjour. Wait, are you in France right now? Did you bail? Are you somewhere else? Oh, Kwame, how are you? How are you? Happy Friday. Heading to Argentina tonight. Oh, brother, we gotta catch up. Sending you love, homie. Be safe down in Argentina. You can't sit still. Yeah, I bet. Ants in my pants. Gotta dance. All right, Kwame. We did not collaborate on anything Will, a couple of weeks ago. And we still need to. We should carve out some time for real. Blazen says, be careful. Don't want them in your pants for real. Not down there. This one's Kwame. Grab your slippers, folks. Ooh, yes. Zev. Will, absolutely. I'll be here. Oh, Kwame. What have you done? I'm kind of stuck on this run. Roku, help me. I'm not sure if the guitar should come down just a tiny bit or not. It just feels just a little, maybe just a little bit, just a touch loud. I love where this kalimba is at. I love this kind of super soft attack on it. Gosh darn it, Kwame, right? Liv says this song is almost seductive in the way it lures you into a calm, relaxed state of mind. Yeah. Didn't focus on the guitar. Yeah, let me just. See, it sucks you right back in. You can't just play 5 seconds of Kwame to check something really quick, because the next thing you know, you're like, wait, it's been 20 seconds? And then next thing you know, the song is done, and you're like, Kwame did it to me again. He got another play out of me. Sushi Monster, welcome in. Happy Friday to you. Blazin says, Kwame, I feel like this is totally a part of your soul, mate. Love it. So mellow. Kwame says, I want to use my IRL nickname and have more connection between me and my music and not be a former NBA basketball player. I know what I mean? Yeah. Sure. Roku says, OhmLab, I think the pad sound is masking the guitar a bit. I would carve the pad a bit and pull some 3 to 4K on the guitar just to get a little more finger action. There we go. That's the balance. That's what we're looking for. Kwame, this one feels really nice. This one feels really nice. I also saw a quick mention from Roku saying, hey, if you don't already send your stuff to Lo-Fi Girl, we need to talk. And I would agree. Yeah, this is great. Everybody loves it. Wonderful track again. Man, full stride right now, Kwame. Full stride. You know what I have to say about the Fat Cats in the Glass Tower not giving you the fair shake on the promo? Wait, how did the interview go? How did it? Are we still waiting for the third interview? Is that where we are in this process? Anyway, here's my take on all of that. Screw them. Because you've built yourself a little side gig, and all you need to do now is figure out exactly how you want to execute putting these pieces out into the world to start building your passive income empire on the side, because this is going to equal more than that. So there, neener. You have one final round on Thursday. Waiting for, but should hear Monday. Okay. Whew, man. So wait, hold on a second. One final round on Thursday. That is this coming week, right? This, like, everybody here just needs to put out all of the good energy they've got into the world for Kwame next week. Get some more cash flow, a little more respect. Working this weekend on a presentation. Need to build an AI chatbot over the weekend. Yeah. Oh, and more good news. Oh. Accepted to grad school. Nice. This is rad. This is rad. Roku DeepSeek for life. All right, Exophonic is here saying, recently did my first BGM commission for a VTuber. Being new to the scene, I'd like to know where I might improve and if this is worth the $15 that I charge. Okay. Before I even listen to this track, having listened to music that you have made previously, it is worth $15 for a basic personal license for a single YouTube use. Yes. And we can continue to talk about your value in that. My anticipation. Let's talk value, shall we? Because this song is obviously great. It doesn't need anything. This doesn't need to be fixed or updated or anything. This is great. If this is what you delivered, it was absolutely worth, like, in their perspective. I'm assuming that you are asking this question in their perspective, from their perspective. Were they satisfied having spent $15? Did this meet expectations, or would they feel as though maybe it didn't quite kind of fit? Or no, it absolutely fits. They feel like they got a super awesome bargain. Now, I have no idea how big their channel is. If this is a YouTube channel that they've now put this onto a video of them playing a video game, or in the background of them unboxing something or something, then that's great. And they've got like a small following. Maybe they get like hundreds or maybe a couple thousand views or something like that. That's great. That's totally awesome. And then, but also, you can be selling it for more than 15. But that said, 15 is okay for a personal license. I'm not going to get like bent out of shape about it, but I do think that the next level of license available needs to be more. And then the one after that needs to be more, and the one after that needs to be more. I'm a big fan of not overtaxing people in the pricing of individual tracks, because I want to do business with that person again, and I want to do business with all of their friends, and I want everything to be agreeable. It doesn't have to be, nothing needs to be a cash cow in my world, because I'm going to continue doing what I'm doing. Now, if you feel kind of the same way, then I feel like this pricing is okay. As long as you keep making more. And if what you're making is at this level of quality, and has this level of organic flow to it, then you have now carved out yourself a niche, and you should not be beholden to one platform. You should go completely non-exclusive in this new era, and you should try to get your stuff into some subscription platforms instead of trying to sell one track at a time, because this is the type of content that will stand above the rest, not because of any one thing, but because of a series of different boxes that it checks. So, all of that said, this one's ready to go. I love the name, My Anticipation, which also kind of speaks to the fact that you're serving a demographic that you're incredibly well aligned with. This name says everything that it needs to say about this track before we even hit play. So there's many different things that I'm saying at once here. Do more of this. Yeah. What am I walking into in the chat here? I just saw "You Are My Cows" have music, and I love petting you. I'm going to scroll up and see if I can find the top of this thread here. Yeah, Roku says, to be honest, there needs to be a zero behind the $15. Your skill set is worth way more than this. Blazing Beats says, man, I want to hear this over and over and over again because it's so adorable. Roku says, I mean it, don't undervalue what you bring with being able to create this at least $50. That would be an absolute minimum. Respect the gazelle, please. Thank you so much, Will. I appreciate you. Big love, homie. Cody Buddy says, it is cute. Blazin says, I could see this in a cute anime game. Oh yeah, this would be in an anime game. It would be background music for lots and lots of gamers on live streams. You can sell this for so much more. But the great thing about it is that it's not just this one song. Like, this is in you. So you should grow a channel of stuff, like a whole portfolio of stuff, and just make this happen for yourself. This is great. Exophonic says about 4,000 Twitch followers. Okay. And how is the song being used? Zev says, what about me? Can I be a cash cow? And Roku says, you are my cow, and I love petting you. Oh, moo. Moo in the chat for me. Oh, I'll give you a moo for that. That's so funny. Moo for Roku. All my moos belong to you. Ooh, 31 months. Thank you, Will. I appreciate you. Things have escalated quickly. Exophonic says, thank you so much for the advice. I will take it to heart. I am trying to at least carve out a name for having good quality music at a low price because some BGM makers charge crazy amounts. Okay, yeah. So this is part of why business might be kind of the greatest sport on earth when it really comes down to what you can do with what you have, right? Um, and we can play it a lot longer than we can play like soccer or basketball or something, right? My point here being is that you've identified something that is a valid point. It's a valid point. I would ask a question that some people might think is totally inappropriate and not even applicable to any of this, but I'm going to ask it anyway because I think it's highly applicable to all of it. It's highly relevant. How old are you and where are you? Because that would inform me a few different things. How far into your career you are, and like general sense of your like overhead and cost of living, that type of thing. It would help me understand where you are in life. Because if you're on the earlier side of all of that, then yeah, carve out some stuff at a lower price, and that is okay. And with the mental mindset that you will be growing this over time and that you can increase your prices over time. None of that is carved in stone. A way to get in to all of this is absolutely playing with the dollar value of things initially, right? As things go bigger and better in life, life becomes more expensive and you'll start charging more, or you'll keep the same exact model and be incredibly prolific and get an incredibly loyal following. Either one is fine. There's no wrong answer here. The bigger thing is, are you surviving the way that you need to survive doing the thing that you're doing? Exophonic says, I'm 22, okay, in New Mexico, 7 years with music, 1 year with electronic production, doing this as a hobby, both for fun as a supplemental income. Take more pride in that people may like the music more than the money. Yeah. Roku says, OhmLab, it's the way I work. Prices are based on the client, not fixed pricing, but anything less than 50 is just earning less than a minimum wage job, and the skill set you're bringing is worth at least that. Yeah. So this is kind of the math and science of portfolio land, right? So if it is something custom, okay, if this is someone came to you and said, I want you to make a song for me, and you make that song for them and you give that to them, if that's the entirety of the exchange and now that belongs to them or whatever, then yeah, charge way more for that. If this is something that you would anticipate to sell 100 or more times, then price accordingly, right? And if we're going to calculate an hourly wage in that, don't calculate it all the way out to the nth degree, to what extrapolate it out over all of the years of selling the things. That isn't exactly fair. But also don't stop it at the first sale, because you're going to get more out of it than that. And it's good to be really realistic about that, because you're building passive income, right? And seeing very clearly what is coming in the door month over month based upon your efforts month over month is a really good way of gauging the industry as though it were a stock market in a sense, right? You can kind of see kind of the rise and fall of things over time. So staying really competitive is part of that, because there's always new people cycling in. The new people cycling in almost always predominantly have much less money to spend. The same way that people cycling in on the creative side of this equation are coming in with lower cost, lower overhead, because they're young. So it all kind of works in its way. But Roku's so right about valuing yourself, understanding the price value perception equation is also supremely important, and understanding the plight of the creatives coming in want to using your creative works. Yeah, it's a lot to balance, but it's all super important. Where you are right now, 22 years old, um, New Mexico, so it's not outrageous cost of living. 7 years with music, but only one with electronic production, which tells me you've got you adapt very quickly, and that you're probably savvy with your computer, and all of these things play in your favor. And if all of this is being done on the side as like a little passion project, then it really supports, you know, the way that you're getting started. I would just say that once you do put your stuff into one spot and make it available for folks, put it into another spot. Put it into another spot. Don't be completely beholden to one place, and don't feel like you're only worthy or capable of one place, because people are shopping in more than one place. Okay. You're never going to get all the people, but getting your stuff out there in different ways is pretty great. Oh, Kwame's got roots over there. How about that? Yeah. Take to heart what Roku's saying about like your core, like intrinsic value, and what you accept as like a minimum wage kind of mindset, right? And then whatever it is that you're comfortable with in that, make it really consistent as your pricing increases for the license types, right? So the personal license, if you want to stop at 15 or 35 or whatever it is, that's just for the personal license. But then for your broadcast and all of that, it needs to be much more. Hundreds. Z4, it is you. Which is Tomba, right? Is that? Let's listen to this one. Oh, it's Caballo. That's who it is. Welcome in, Caballo. Happy Friday to you. Always good to have you in the house. This is tasty. Yo, Kabaya, this is great. I love the samples that you're using. I think the low end's taking up some room. It's got a need for the vocal sample to come up and sit up on top of everything, and then the drums feel just a little bit separate from the rest. Like they're a little bit too clean and untouched. And they need to be gelled with the rest of the mix just a little bit more. So I think giving them some saturation, some surface level grit, if you will. The kick doesn't. That's fine. But the hat and the snare maybe just a little bit more, and then gel them with the rest of the mix by way of some compression. I really like this one. I think this one's super catchy. It's got a real nostalgic feel to it. Solid. You know what I mean? FL Studio. Yeah, it doesn't sound like it's in the same room, which is, yeah, it's the reverb, right? Um, but also there's a position thing here, if I'm thinking about this. If we go back just halfway through this, just to listen to it for a second here. The hi-hats going back and forth, right to left, feels a little bit extreme. Like if we were to narrow that distance between them, that might feel a little bit better too. But the sample, and that it feels kind of off to the right, and I feel like it should be right smack dab in the middle, and that I think is gonna help with this. But then I think that the piano sample needs to feel like it's more aligned with the drums. Yeah. Far Horizon says, I would do a send with a room to glue it a little. Also, the mix is a little jarring on the drums. Yeah. Caballo says, I'm learning to mix my beats. These are the very first mixes. Yeah, this is, you've brought through a few things right now, and you mentioned that you were just getting started. And I think it's a lot of just kind of inherent talent that you're playing with, and you're kind of like feeling your way through. It's good that you're bringing your stuff to a group of people and that you're getting feedback, like different feedback from different people, but also that there's like continuity running through it. It's allowing you to get there quicker, I think. Far Horizon, hello. Happy Friday. Yeah, Roku's right. Keep going, keep learning. You got some flavor and style. And it feels like the decisions that you're making are coming pretty naturally to you. So at least that's how it's coming across. Where are we in the greater scheme of things here? We got a fair bit in the queue still. Nice. All right. This one is from Acute. And this art, all the constellations, is fantastic. All right, Little Cosmonaut. Ooh, wow, this is 10.5 minutes. We may have to needle drop in a couple spots. We'll see how this develops. Acute says, this is a new duo I've founded with my friend, Victoria, moving forward with the name Somewhere Far North. Yeah. Run it back. All right, now how many people out there after listening to that feel like 10 minutes and 20 seconds would be too long for a song to play like on the radio as you were driving to work or something? Exophonic says, this is my favorite song. This is great. I would read a lot of what just happened in the chat, but it would take longer than it did to even write all of it, I think. And all I really have to say right now, Acute, is thank you. That was really fantastic. This is exactly why people love Fridays so much here, I think, because people come in and they just pour themselves out in their music here, and it's flipping amazing what happens when you do that. And I love that this is a brand new side project and that we will be hearing, hopefully, more of this kind of stuff. This was absolutely fantastic. I'm curious, before I get started on the feedback on it, how much time did you guys put in on this? I'm so curious. And also, I'm going to scroll down here because I've just looked up at the clock and seen what time it is. I think I'm going to close the queue here. So anyone that's sitting on something and they're thinking, should I, shouldn't I? Drop it now, because I'm going to scroll back down here in just a moment and I'm going to close this. And then you're going to be thinking, wow, I'm really glad that I dropped that track in there before he did that. All right, so really quick, let's run through the feedback on this. I think it's lovely. That's all. Yeah, I feel like in regards to the arrangement, the composition and everything, I hope you don't do much, if anything, at all to it. I really just feel like this is like a really huge oil painting of some kind. And now some like expert hand is going to go in there with their little palette knife or whatever and expose like all of the colors that made all of these things actually happen and all of the ideas that like underlie all of these things. I think that's kind of where we are with this one. It's going to take a few days at least of sifting through all of the many tracks in this thing and just meticulously treating everything. Yeah. You've worked on it for about 4 days, bunch of conceptualizing, writing, poetry, going to record some vocals soon. That's great. So much movement and progression. Will says 4 days. Carries so much emotional quality. Yeah, yeah, it's really good. Acute, I think whatever your guys' approach is here, it's working for you. It's really translating. You guys have put together something in very little time that has obviously just moved a whole bunch of people a lot. So good on you. And I love hearing you every single time. Yeah, very, very post whatever era stuff right there. Rokusai says, acute, I will offer mixing it, but I don't know if I'm the right guy for the job taste wise. OhmLab is a very good project and worthy of my time, but I don't know if it is a match. Yeah, this is really, really good. I just want to hear you mix it, acute. I want to hear, yeah, I want to hear more of it. Like, you've gotten it this far. I want to hear what you do with this thing. That's what I want. We're going to listen to Dino. All right, see? Simply okay. Decided, yep, that's it. That's all I needed. I needed to hear that, and now I'm in. So we will now close the queue. All right. We got a little work ahead of us here, don't we? Dino. Baldur's Drum was something good. And Schwib Whip. Let's see what this is all about. It's probably 1 minute and 49 seconds of heaven here. Let's do this. Cheers, y'all. That little last note there. Can we get that little last note there again, please? What time does the show start? This is so good. I want to sit and I want to watch a whole set from you guys that runs for over 2 hours. And yeah, I want like a gin and tonic in front of me or something while we're doing that too. You know what I mean? Like, there's so much good here. I'm not going to write this down. I'm just going to go back and play a couple of things, and we're going to talk about this really quick. This right here. The kick on this feels just a little bit bloated, a little bit inflated. Like there's an appreciation for electronic music in the heart and soul of the person that mixed this jazz music. And someone needs to crush the heart of that love for that electronic music in that jazz mixer's soul, and just let the jazz kick drum come through. I think that's what needs to happen there. All right, the other thing is toward the end. And it sounds like you guys were having some questions about where to let this cymbal land. But there's a cymbal, it's tucked back and to the left right now. And it's a pretty noisy cymbal. And I think it just needs tighter EQ on it. It's been moved, it's been brought down. I think it just needs a tighter EQ on it. I think it needs more of the highs shaved off, but in a really simple fashion. And I think that when you find the spot, you're going to know it. So the easiest way to find it will probably be to add a peak and drag it across your mid-high frequencies. And when you find that little bit of harshness, bring that down a bit, widen the cue just a little bit to soften the top end of the whole thing, because it needs to be supportive in that pocket there. Those are the two things that kind of stood out to me as, these two things could be a little tickly on some different systems. So, yeah. Kwame, you are building the playlist pretty quickly today. I know, Roku, right? Fridays are just great. We've been having more people through, and they've been bringing some really great stuff. I feel like 2025 has been off to a really good start music-wise for everyone here. Scruffy Rico saying, don't worry, Simply. Happens to me all the time. Some people are just naturally gifted. I like the wonky beat too, Far Horizon. That's good stuff. Man. Hello, Jazz. some jazz-ish type vibes with that hello. Yeah, the acid leads are good. Yeah, it's really good stuff. All the way around. Nice. Everybody getting in their drink orders for this track here. Best feedback you can get is on Feedback Fridays. Oof. And the best feedback you can get is when you hear, hey, you don't even need to do anything to this one. Jeremy G. Viking, welcome. And happy Friday. This one is Germicide. Cycles. Ooh, Germicide. Jeremy G. I see what you're doing there. All right, let's do this. Okay. There's so many good things about this, Jeremy. I think there's a lot of just radio value in this, which also gives it screen value as well. So this is definitely one to finish. Definitely one to put into the portfolio for licensing as well, not just for listening pleasure. So for what it's worth, I'd bring the LUFS down just a little bit, just to better support the integrity of the vibe. Like if you were to listen to, gosh, there's like, well, actually, I don't even know if I want to give like a specific artist on this one. I just want it to be felt a little bit more than it is heard. You know, the texture and the atmospheric quality of it. So I feel like it's being driven to be heard a little bit more, but really I think the effect is being felt. I love the focus on the textures. The vocals should reign supreme over the textures. I think the bass should come down. The one that comes in at 116, I think it needs to come down significantly. Probably like 8 dB or something to start. And you might also want to find the spot in the EQ to take a little notch out of the mid-highs in it. It's going to be maybe around like 1K or so. When you do find it, you'll scoop a little bit out, 3 to 5 dB, not much, and it won't be a very big bandwidth there. But it will allow for better clarity with the vocal, especially when reverb is involved. Nice gating on the vocal synth. The shaker is a bit hot, a little white. A little less sub in the kick is needed. It's a nice little sneaky ninja beat overall. And the placement and timing of the vocal, the airy vocal ear candy floating in the background is everything on this track. It gives it a really nice kind of professional, polished appeal. So good stuff. Drummer Boy is here. Welcome in. Drummer Boy says, if for a visual metaphor, if this was a picture, the gain feels too high. Everything is so seen, the depth gets a little lost. There you go. I think that's a pretty good analogy right there. Our Horizon says, seems like the bass is masking the drum arrangement, mostly in the low mids, so you lose quite a bit of them and just overall body. Quite a bit of the thump. Yeah, people are loving this vibe here. Yeah, a little bit of cleanup. Lamba, it is you. This one's called Inner Beast. Lamba's saying, this is kind of hardcore genre. Hope this is accepted. Thanks in advance for the feedback. 165. Let's do it.
Every step she takes, everyone's amazed. She leaves the trace. She
trenches. I'm feeling myself, got them all breaking down now. Just to look at me, I don't mean to be like that. Everywhere I go, collateral effect. All the boys say I'm a little salty, but they kinda like it when I get a little bossy. Gotta level up, gotta get naughty. Gotta let to leave when my legs get posse. Dancing around in my tight dress. Stuff, got them all breaking down now. Dancing around in my tight dress. I'm feeling myself, got them all breaking down now. Just look at me, I don't mean to be like that. Everywhere I go, collateral effect. All the boys say I'm a little salty, but they kinda like it when I get a little bossy. Gotta level up, gotta get naughty. Gotta let to leave when my legs get posse. Dancing around in my tight dress. I'm feeling myself, got them all breaking down now. Just look at me, I don't mean to be like that. Everywhere I go, collateral effect. All the boys say I'm a little salty, but they kinda like it when I get a little bossy. Gotta level up, gotta get naughty. Gotta let to leave when my legs get posse. Dancing around in my tight dress. I'm feeling myself, got them all breaking down now. Just look at me, I don't mean to be like that. Everywhere I go, collateral effect. Dancing around in my tight dress. I'm feeling myself, got them all breaking down now. Just look at me, I don't mean to be like that. Everywhere I go, collateral effects. All them boys say I'm a little salty, but they kinda like it when I get a little bossy. Gotta level up, gotta get naughty. They're about to leave when my legs get posse.
I understand where you're going with that filter fade out at the end, but also at the same time, I don't really want the voice softened on those specific words. Like it might be a quicker wind down, like a zzz at the very end, like a filter wind down or something at the very end, because softening those specific words feels like it's kind of softening the message, which is kind of running against what she's actually saying in the moment. So, okay, Lambert, this is fantastic. It's got like super, super infectious jump up energy. So, what I would really suggest is around the points of transitions, creating anticipation, tension, and release, right? Anticipation can be anything from small suckbacks to long form risers. And I think in this track specifically, you need both, because at 23 seconds is a really good example of a very precise suckback, like a little kind of thing would be perfect. A little reversal at 35 seconds. It could be like a snare reversal or something, but also pretty tight, like a little kind of thing, right? But then, like around 3:05, right? Like you've got these bigger clubby transitions with a great deal of like lead up time. So you can double down on a riser there, right? One could be tonal, one could be atonal or noise based. That one being filtered down and really long, right? Yeah, I think you can kind of play with the feelings of anticipation and release in this one a little bit more. Also, at this big one at 305, I would double down and do a double riser into a suckback as well as a hit with a reverb splash, just to kind of like, and then give it something that can kind of hang over the rest of the active mix as it decays. So, space for a riser at 242, same at 150. Some more variations needed at 142. I call this an acid bass. It's more of like an acid synth ARP. It's like this element that sits right above the main bass. I feel like it needs a little bit of edge to it. And that's it. This does scratch the itch, right, Liv? Yeah, scroll up through the chat a little bit and look at all this feedback from people, because this is nuts. People really like this. Love it. All right, Samsung, orange ringtone. Oh, how long is this one going to be? Howdy. How you doing, homie? Hope you're well. I like this art. This one is called Fight Man. Ooh, 324.
Like you poppin' shit at Pharrell. For him, I inherit the beef. Yeah, fuck all that pushing P. Let me see you push a T. You better hard spinning again on him. You think about pushing me. He's Terrence Thornton, I'm Terrence Crawford. Yeah, I'm whooping feet. We ain't gotta get personal, this a friendly fade. You should keep it that way. I know some shit about niggas that make gonna wanna look like a saint. This ain't been about critics, not about gimmicks, not about who the greatest. It's always been about love and hate. Now let me say I'm the biggest hater. I hate the way that you walk, the way that you talk. I hate the way that you dress. I hate the way that you sneak this. If I catch flight, it's gonna be direct. We hate the bitches you fuck, cause they confuse themselves with real women. Then notice I said we, it's not just me. I'm what the culture feeling. How many more fairy tale stories about your life till we had enough? How many more black features till you finally feel that you're black enough? I like Drake with the melodies. I don't like Drake when he act tough. You gon' make a nigga bring back Puff. Let me see if Chubbs really crash on. You're my first one, like my last one. It's a classic, you don't have one. Let your core audience stomach that. Then tell them where you get your abs from. V12 is a fast one. Fast one. Headshot for the year. You better walk around like Daft Punk. Remember? Hey, top dog, who the fuck they think they playing with? Extortion, my middle name as soon as you jump off of that plane, bitch. I'm allergic to the lame shit. Only you like being famous. Yachty can't give you no swag neither. I don't give a fuck about who you hanging with.
Man. All right. Yeah, right, Far Horizon? Far Horizon says, like, I thought I was tripping for a second there. Yeah. Okay. Samsung, you still continue to bring the very best. I mean, what you've done to Britney and whatnot in the past has been absolutely fantastic, but you've just taken Kendrick to an entirely new place that I don't think any of us were expecting. This is great. And I feel like you drove him there inside of Mario Kart too, which is just fantastic. Yeah. Simply okay saying, considering that this was a verse from the Drake disc, I want Drake to hear this, please. Yeah, right. I know. This is so happy. This is like, hey, yeah, burn. Haha. I think I'll eventually replace Kendrick with a guitar solo. Well, your placeholder content is better than anyone else's placeholder content. If Kendrick is your lorem ipsum, then my hat is off to you just eternally. I hate the way you walk. I hate the way that you dress. I'm happy. Oh, I'm serious. It's like heaps of discs for that amount of happy, clappy music. And can also just point out that your mixes continue to get way more tight. Like, I feel like this is Kendrick completely usurped the conversation we should be having here, and that is that your mix is really tight. Dude, go back and listen to something from 1 year ago. I mean, this is absolutely night and day. The clarity that you're hearing on the tom fill and the space, like the stereo space separation there, like want more from the guitar at 127, so there's actually like this kind of wind up to raw. And yeah, just the whole remix section is just absolutely fantastic. Trying to get the mix good and not necessarily make it too EDM with the sidetrack. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I like Kendrick too. This threw me too. This is wild. All right, so before we continue on to the next track, I am going to hit some hold music really quick, and I'll be right back. I'm just gonna run to the bathroom. right. I'm back. Get this turned down a bit. What am I talking about? We'll turn this off. We're doing feedback. Let's get back to that. Dalgerton. Am I saying that correctly? Dalgerton? Almost Norwegian. Oh, Rabagast. Welcome in. This is Interlude 24 of January. Okay, I think EQ is your main tool that you're going to need for all of this. I think that most of what I'm hearing that holds it back in any way are little things like obfuscation, muddiness, clarity, that type of thing. So there's also just lots of really great original timbres flying around here and really interesting choices with what you're doing in both the reverb channels and with filters in the intro. I like how you're playing with time and tempo in the end and how things kind of fall apart. Yeah, there's a lot to unpack here. There's a lot of really good stuff. I think a little bit of reverb on the vocal echoes would feel dope. I think the drums feel a little bit too forward and on top. And I also think that the drums feel a little too perfect and on grid, and that they can come off the numbers just a bit. They can be humanized a little bit. I really do appreciate how it all kind of comes undone. Okay, so EQ is a big tool for the work ahead. By that, I just mean that there are low frequencies in places where you don't really need them, and some extra highs, and there's a little bit of harshness and resonance in the reverb that is saturated towards the end, which is intentional, but also it'll be a little grating for some people at some point, so you want to tap that down just a little bit. Yeah, so this is more just about kind of tightening up. There's kind of a rawness to the track, which is great, and you don't want to lose all of it, so you don't go completely precision here, like don't go completely sterile. This is more just about like if you're recognizing that there's resonance, for instance, to tidy that up. And if there's some thickness or some bloat happening somewhere to tidy that up. So just to needle drop in a couple of spots here really quick. Like, this is a really good example right here. The vocals are in a really good spot. The backing ambience has these peaks that are topping the vocals, and it's resonant peaks that are topping the vocals, right? So here's what we're supposed to be focused on, but then there's this little guy up here tossing up rabbit ears behind the singer. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm talking about. When you're hearing these tiny little peaks occur, there's a couple things that can be done. Compression can help keep peaks down, but the bigger thing here is more just about, they're more like errant, organic peaks that are occurring because things are colliding is really what it is, right? So some responsive EQ might be the best solution. Tap down some specifics. Really good stuff. Really, really, really good stuff here. Yeah, it is difficult mixing, but I really like how you've done it. Yeah, Soothe would be a really, really good one. Actually, Soothe would be ideal for that. So if you have it, use that. Don't go wild and try and get all like super intellectual about how to solve these things. Like, less is more. Keep it really simple. What you have here is like almost ideal. It's really good, right? So these are all nuanced little deviations from where you are right now. Crusoe. It is you, and it's Friday, and we get to hear you. Bio Carleg, welcome in. How you doing? Happy Friday. Rabbit ears behind the singer is such a good analogy. It says fish bread. Yeah, I think it works. Trey Tovin says the ear fatigue from mixing is unreal right now. Trey. Rabagas, you are welcome, and I hope it all makes sense. I hope it vibes with you, helps you make it feel even better. BioCarlig, we'll see. If you want to drop one in there, we'll see what we feel like when we get back, or get to the bottom of the cube. We did close it a bit ago. We do tend to run over quite a bit. Let's do this. New one from Crusoe. Verb? Daddy Duel?
Still falling down, but I know I can pick myself up because I'm stronger now than I ever have been before. So thank you to the one who let me go. So thank you to the one who let me go.
Ooh. All right, I need to hear just a little bit more of this. This is really nice. Yeah, there's some other technical boundaries that I kind of want to toss out there, but at the same time, like, I like the original approach in this, and I feel like if you could just bring the ambience stuff down in the intro. Here, So it's fine where it is before the vocals come in, but when the vocals come in, I think it needs to duck down probably a good 8 dB or so, because the vocals have a great deal of spread in the reverb and everything, right? So they're filling up all of this space, but these guys are still up here at like the, hey, we're getting all the attention level, and they just need to react to the vocal is really what it is. And then back off the limiting in the intro section. I kind of like where everything is feeling and sitting post intro. But in this initial section here before the full mix. This all feels great. And the ducking is so, to like the side chain with the kick is really super tight. You've got kind of this magic spot. Yeah. I kind of want to tell you it's got a little bit too much sub presence in it. Like the low sub presence in it. But then also, at the same time, the effect that it has with the duck especially is just kind of everything in this one. So, yeah. Trey. Crusoe, I really like where this one is. It's good. It's good stuff. Clary. This one's called Figure It Out. This cat is about to lick our face. This cat says, oh, you got a nose? I'm going to lick that nose.
Da, da, da.
Be nice to Julian, would
I
you
know
please?
I fucked up, but I just can't seem to care at all, at all, at all. I know I should just at least give you a go. But I can't bring myself to do that. And I know I should have figured it out. 'Cause I know you won't respond to a text. And I'm too scared to let it all out. I'm too scared, I'm too scared. I'm too scared to let it out. I'm too scared to let it all out. To let it all out. To let it all out. To let it all. To let it, to let it, to let it all out. You're making me sick. You're making me nauseous. How I heard it all said. You make me feel some type of way. The way that I can't explain. That I can't explain. It seems to my brain. It seems to my brain. It seems to my. It seems to my. It seems to my brain. It seems to my brain. It seems to my. It seems to my. It seems to my brain. It seems to my brain. It seems to my. You never was that. You never was that. You never was that. You never was that. It's all in my head. It's all in my head.
Yo, Clarie, this is a really great song with a really great arc. This moment at 209 is completely overblown and we can't really get away from it. And there's a different way to go about doing this. But that idea, it's like very Pixies. Very, very great. Very like raw, huge emotional arc. Can't help but fall prey to it, right? All right, so going back and starting up at the top, I think the guitar needs to come down like 5 dB. The bass needs to come down a good 12 dB. I'd bring the loudness of the whole thing down quite a bit. Part of the reason why you're running into a huge overblown state is because you're starting so loud. And that's the first thing, is it can only get to be so loud. So just make that the peak, and then everything else is going to like go up to that at some point. And it's up to you how you're going to get there, what kind of arc you're going to apply to that. But this could be the general recipe. Okay, guitar down, loudness down, vocals up just a little bit, move the piano away from the middle a little bit more from where it is right now, and bring the bass down a good 12 dB or so, and then move the low end cutoff of the EQ on that bass up to about 50 hertz. You could even get away with 60 hertz probably, 12 dB per octave curve, so it's a very gentle slope. And then when you get to that huge crescendo of loudness, it's not going to feel like the speakers broke and you couldn't figure out how to get the raw emotions out, right? Because there's just this hard limit of what can actually happen. So instead, you get all of that huge, just fervent energy and just shove it in our faces in a way that actually comes all the way through the speakers. And you can apply distortion and stuff to get the grit. This is the way to go with this one. And there's a bit to go into there in regards to like loudness and gain staging and distortion and stuff like that. You might want to do one of a couple of things. It depends on how you work. You might want to look up a couple of videos on distortion, most likely like guitar distortion, and how it can be used in sound design and in mixing to create like big energetic noise inside a sound. And there's also just the approach of just experiment, right? So if you want to just experiment, a tool like Guitar Rig would be really good to play with. You can grab it from Native Instruments, a free version of it at least. If you have Complete or one of their bundles, then you probably already have it. Or a tool like it doesn't have to be Guitar Rig. But the thing that is nice about that tool specifically is that it gives you a whole bunch of different guitar pedals and stuff to play with, and different types of reverb and stuff like that. And it can spark a lot of really good energizing ideas. They've got a bunch of presets and a bunch of different racks that you can kind of play with to get started. Hope this helps get you in that right direction for getting this whole thing across, because I really like what you've created here. Okay. Illic Joypunk. Let's do this. Blue Child, Beautiful Illusion. Instrumental. Oh, Drummer Boy says maybe also look at tape saturation. Yeah, that's actually a really good. It's actually a really good suggestion. A new artist, Mickey, uses, or MKG, uses tape saturation to the emotional climax effect. Yeah, I also would recommend something like the Pixies. Just going back to how these things are accomplished without extra levels of destruction. Like how have other people handled these moments with just the organic instruments that they're playing with and the pedals at their feet, kind of thing, and see what that kind of sparks in you as well. Okay, Blue Child, let's do this. All right. Around 25 seconds, like before everything really kicks off in this intro section, I'm thinking the bass can actually be an octave lower, and it'll probably give you a deeper sense of depth in the track. But then when everything kicks off, I feel like it's kind of in the right spot where it needs to be. But I would bring the cutoff up to 55 hertz, 12 dB per octave curve, and 140. This pulsing, this drone that gets gated and it's pulsing. And then it kind of calms down and it's droning, and then it's pulsing again. It's a really nice element, and it provides a great deal of support and contour. But it's also filling up a pretty good range of frequency space as well. So it'd be good to maybe hone in on a more specific range of frequencies that it's operating in. I'd roll up the low end quite a bit. It feels like if we were to look at an EQ, it kind of feels like you could roll up the low end on that thing to like here or something and just get rid of a whole bunch of low end on that, and that it would probably feel pretty good, and that you could also probably get a fair bit of like high-end energy out, because the bulk of the character itself is like in this range here. It's pretty similar to where the vocals are, but just a little bit lower. But I don't think you need all of the frequencies that are down here. So I would personally try and roll that up and see if it helps everything feel just a little bit tighter in the mix, just by fixing that one element. All right, Zev. You come back to my next skip, but for now, yeah, sure. Far Horizon, and then Zev. You bet. Far Horizon. And Enzo, work in progress V3. Planning to add vocals for us. First time mixing vocals. Any advice for that? For that track? Yeah, I do. Don't don't let the downward effect of compression impact the dynamics of the vocals. This feels like there are parts of the peaks of some of the sounds that have been tapped down by compression, and they feel like they should be kind of flying free. So maybe a little bit more upward, like expressive, upward, open compression. Not quite as downward. Keep the vocals feeling light. Okay, Far Horizon has done some things. Excellent. Let's listen. I'm stoked. Yeah. So I love the improvements. I think the difference in string libraries is actually really great. The slow creep in the intro is so good. It's so affecting. Small saturation swell on the vocal channel around 117. Another one here, 136. I kind of feel like swell is the key word for like the finishing steps of this project, like just underlying agents that kind of push things to different peaks or in different ways, just for the like the wiggle of it. You know what I mean? 220, room for more particulate texture. The airy textures are fantastic, but they also require more space and time, and grit is great. So I feel like if there's like, even if it was just like, like dusty dirt kind of being sprinkled down onto like wax paper, or like, or actually, if you have a decent mic, if you just have like some dry earth that's like slowly being crumbled onto soil, right? It'd probably be enough if you just take out the right low frequencies. I feel like it'd be really, really awesome. Oh, nice, Will. Good timing. But I think it would give you this a bit more of organic texture in there, and right now the airiness leaves it feeling not ungrounded or anything. It doesn't feel like it's lacking or anything. It's more just that my ear craves something more substantial, I guess, in grit maybe. There's an abrupt jump in the ending of a noise a bit at 246. 330, I love the rhythmic Foley thing. I'd lose some of the low frequencies in that main operator, the main mechanical metal thingy, and leave it nimble. 420, just like a super tight moment. I love all the rhythmic embellishments. They're really great. Really, really great. Have to balance out the track a little down the line. Yeah, really good stuff. Really good stuff. I really like where it's going. Dig this one a lot. Will is here. Space Jam, Royal Mix 2, Electric Boogaloo. Ah, yes. And you've got a new picture up there. Oh, yeah. Of course you can have the notes. You bet. All right. Here we go, Will. Benjamin Liu. Outro. Dude, I think that yeah, I like what you're saying about the sustained bass note. I also think that this is like really, really close. Little tiny things about like the level and attack on things. 102, a little more curve on the arrival of that synth. I feel like it could like maybe arrive just a little bit, like ease in just a little bit more. 119, that shaker bit come up. 129, that noisy guy up a touch. I love how the abstract noise and shaker elements are sitting in the mix right now. I feel like it's just downright shamanic, and that at times I like how they are being creamed out by the delay in the verb. But I feel like I really want there to be a few moments where it's also being granularized. So it actually hangs out, instead of like decaying over 5 seconds, it actually takes like 25 seconds or something for just a couple, you know? I feel like there's, like emotionally, I think there's a couple of spots that would feel really good in. Maybe around the time of that sustained bass note, actually, too. Okay, so the little abstract thing that happened at 241, a little more decay, touch less low end. 331 or 332, little resonant swells up in this soup there, I think would feel really nice. Just little subtle ones, like maybe 3 of them or so, kind of popping up in that expanse of time. I love the Knight Rider vibes. 405 felt like the bass kind of lost itself there for a little bit. Like if you think about what was happening with the bass for a few minutes prior to 405, maybe just a little bit of saturation to help it keep up in that moment specifically as that vibe is kind of building up. 430, I love how the bass sits in this section. 445, craving small variations in this section or an additional thread that is subtly winding through the mix to follow. Nothing overt, just interesting thread. I like where this is. It's really good. It's really good. Kyan's here. Oh, and I saw I got text from you too, so I will respond. Appreciate you, homie. Kyan. Alien Rave Dance Party. Mountains Hide Remix Battle. Yo, 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 yo. How you doing, homie? Happy Friday to you. Happy New Year. I'm looking at this image and I'm thinking, what are we in store for? Okay. You guys ready for this? All right, let's go. Buckle up.
If you'd like to make a call, please hang up and try again. If you need help, hang up and then dial your operator.
That first appeared in 1981, and when I first heard it, I thought, oh, they have a new standard voice. That's interesting. I had no idea that recording, along with being obviously made with it, was going to be the longest.
Alien Rave just stole your cows. You'll never see them again.
Loving you is like a fairy tale. I just can't pick up the phone again. This time I'll be on my own, my friend. Next time I'm all alone again. With you is like a dream, and I just wanna hear you scream again. Now you're gone, I can't believe it. Time I spent with you deceiving me. But it's just you and me. When the sun shines above, you wake up with the one you love. Not you and me. But it's just you and me. All alone again. Sex with you is like I'm dreaming, and I just wanna hear you scream again. Now you're gone, I can't believe it. Time I spent with you deceiving
Yo. Yeah, so many familiar sound effects in this track. This is cool. Yeah, Alex, this is Kyan is like Saturday morning cartoons in his own way, I think. 15 seconds in, wanting this dialogue up a bit more. I like the way it fades. I just want it sitting up so it's peeking through just a little bit more where it is. Luff's down on the guitar sample in that moment too, I think, just a bit. 36 seconds, that ARP ambience down like 6 dB. That mechanical perk down a few. 105, this lead, perhaps move it away from center so it doesn't fight with the vocal. Maybe just move it right or left just a bit, like 10, 15 cents, something. 130, the panning sawtooth element is a bit hot and harsh. Don't kill it in any way, just bring it down when it isn't soloing. And then when it is soloing, let it shine. Watch distortion blow 60 hertz. This was a good one. This was fun. I feel like you're locking in the vocal thing quite a bit lately. I don't know if I've said that out loud, but I do feel like for some time now. Simply okay. Yeah, you bet, dude. We haven't been hearing as much from you lately. Hope you're doing well over there. Hope your new year is off to an all right start, dude. Always good to hear you. Alex Main says, are those vocals originally from another song? They sounded familiar. Yeah, I think so. Right? Simply okay. Need song title. It's a great track. Where am I going? I'm going here.
Why am I gonna sit and waste my time? Time I don't got just sitting online. I can't just wait for it all to align. I gotta be there looking for the signs. I don't know where to begin. I feel like that my story ends whenever that I wanna go somewhere. I wanna be with you, but I don't know if I can get through all the pain that's making me tear. I'm trying to be proactive, I'm trying to make it right. I gotta do this thing to try and make it through the night. I don't know what to do if you ghost me once again. I can't find another like you a 10 out of 10. Please help me be me. You're the golden key, but I still ask myself, why am I gonna sit and waste my time? Time I don't got just sitting online. I can't just wait for it all to align. I gotta be there looking for the signs. Why am I gonna sit and waste my time? Time I don't got just sitting online. I can't just wait for it all to align. I gotta be there looking for the signs. From the blind side, look at both mirrors. I can see clearer, book a villa. Wonder where the time went, wristwatch broken, keeps on ticking with the seconds I spent. We've been through the highs and lows, I don't know how many blows. I'm feeling so stuck and I'm feeling froze on, needing a super suit. I'm feeling so crude, stuck in a loop. I don't know how many fucking times I gotta be one with the loop.
get with the group. I really just wanna get back with you. Trusting everything you fucking say, going in blind. I can really see straight, got a full of fake, good or bad. Make me mad, my mind is on a rocket on a launch pad. Hold my hand while I travel through the motions. I'm sailing the oceans, I'm looking for a promotion, devotion. I'm going to the top, not gonna stop, I ain't gonna drop. I just gotta get there, I can't be a flop. Whether my music or you, I'd much rather do it with two. I need you to stick with me like you were glue. Don't say we're through, it is not true. I need you to please help me be me. You're the golden key, but I still ask myself why am I gonna sit and waste my time? Time I don't got, just sitting online. I can't just wait for it all to align. I gotta be there looking for the signs. Why am I gonna sit and waste my time? Time I don't got, just sitting online. I can't just wait for it all to align. I gotta be there looking for the signs. Why am I gonna sit and waste my time? Time I don't got, just sitting online. I can't just wait for it all to align. I gotta be there looking for the signs.
All right. Only a couple of things I think on this one. The drums I feel want some saturation, so they have like just a little bit of surface texture, not like, but just a little bit of something, a little extra taste. And there's a resonant burst at 149, so bring down that. It repeats a few times, but bring that down about 8 dB or so, and cut the low end out of that reverb channel just so it sits a little bit better. Okay, so the flow, the vocals, the flow is nice. The vocals are nice. I think if you put just a little subtle chorus effect on them and then also maybe a different reverb, I think it would have better dimension and character to it. I like this track, and I think it's in a pretty good place right now. I feel like the vocals can pop in just like a slightly different way. It's not a big shift. It's just a matter of processing, I think. Yeah, and make sure that resonant burst that pops up at 149 and thereafter isn't like going to bother folks at that high of a level. That's it. It's good stuff. Yeah. Yeah, Alex Maiden, I agree. I think that this one's pretty close. Yeah. Yeah, it's good. It's relatable. It's good lyrics. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this one's close. Scruffy Rico, let's do it. How you doing, Rich? Hope you're doing well. Hope the year is treating you all right so far. All right, this one says, so only really happy with the first half of this, needs much more work, but interested what you think it should do. It's supposed to be a minimal piece. Okay. Born Again. Oh, whoa, look at this art. Whoa, that's really, are the buildings bottles too? This is wild. Yo, love the ambience and atmosphere in this one. I love this lush setting here. I agree with Roku that more Africa would feel great, and I think that part of that isn't just the environmental aspects that you bring, like texturally, or I mean, um, in ambience and atmosphere, but also texturally in your instrument choices. So hear me out here. I think that the shaker, like all of that, can be replaced with instruments from elsewhere entirely, from the other side of the planet. And then I think also that the plucks in this can be different as well. And I'm not sure if they're downright layered with like a gourd instrument, or if they're juxtaposed with one, or if you're turning to something like physical modeling and maybe pairing something that's a little left to center, in the string realm with this. There's obviously like a ton of potential. Yeah, there's a lot of really good feelings that come with the ambience that you built up in this one. Yeah. Trey says my track finna be a whole vibe switch up. Oh yeah, look at this drink, and look at how well the shoes match the drink. Right? Trey, is this you in the picture with the drink, or is this just a random drink? And also, you gotta wonder, like, what's in the drink? Yeah, okay. So what was in the drink? I'm so curious. Or is this just like a new Mountain Dew? This picture from like 4 years ago. Can't remember that. Oh, this is it. We made it down to here. Okay, and Tio Khan, are you around still? Because I bet we could probably do it. And Trey, let's find out what's Tio Khan. Ah, excellent, Biocarlig. Bubblegum soda. That's the kind of drink that like you take a sip of and you feel like you're supposed to chew it. And it just doesn't happen. Just doesn't happen. All right. Enough chatter. Trey, let's do this, homie. Sip remedy.
Easy.
I ain't found my place. Flipping through the channels, but the focus never stay. I'm sipping as the remedy. You can look away. That don't mean what's happening is still ain't out of play. Blissful moving pleasantly. It's harder I had to hate. It's okay, your passion fade. Your movement I'll pass away. I never think past the day. Cause lucky I'm on a chase. No finish, no end, no race. 4x4 you say, but you still try to play. Nigga can't move my heart, ayy. Should be real, but still I fade. Repeat, rerun, retrace. What kind of life is you trying to take? I just slip off and get hella lazy. Nigga, I wanna, don't make me. Money been driving me crazy. Fucking my brain and feel hazy. I ain't found my place. Flipping through the channels, but the focus never stay. I'm sipping as the remedy. You can look away. That don't mean what's happening, it still ain't out of play. Blissful moving pleasantly. I just need some heavenly head, I don't know why. I just need some Hennessy pussy, I ain't gon' lie. Don't worry how I'm moving like Kendrick, I be alright. Instead of fucking tripping, we chillin', ain't tryna fight. I catch when we relate, that'll be our toxic trait. I skate, you flip for face, tryna rush your life with hate. I just thinking but never think clearly, get in this mood to be yearly. Losing my sanity nearly, tryna have me so severely. I ain't found my place, flipping through the channels, but the focus never stay. I'm sipping as the remedy, you can look away. That don't mean what's happening, it still ain't out of play. Just
Dude, Trey, if you could just release that now. Hey, Trey got it. He was the one. We were saying earlier, it's lovely Fridays. It's great being heard on Fridays, and it's the best kind of feedback you can get is on Fridays. But the best feedback you can get on Fridays is, can you just go release this, please? Like, this is fantastic. Please, Trey, go release this, and then next time you come back in here, spam the chat with the link to this, like out in the wild, because this is good stuff. Yeah, say no more. Excellent. Man, you were so patient for that too. Oh, I feel like it was a couple of hours ago that you walked in and you were like, hey, can I skip? I appreciate you so much, Trey. You're great. This was a fantastic one, and I'm still kind of curious what the pink juice is. Seriously though, if you do sip on bubblegum soda, like we've all had that, right? Like, well, enough of us have had that, but is it just me, or does it feel like when, as soon as the flavor hits, you feel like you should start chewing? You know what I mean? Is it just me? Maybe it's just me. All right. Tiocan. I think it was cherry Sprite. Oh, man. Wait, I can kind of see that, like right around the edge here. Was there something done to this to make it look that pink? It just looks wild. And it somehow just matches the shoes just so perfectly there. I don't know, just tripping. Tiocan, online. Excellent. Photoshop. Okay, that makes sense. All good. Yeah, Photoshop magic. It's 2025. I'm just waking up to this magic, y'all. All right. Let's get this. And, oh, I could just do it right in here. Also, guys, go listen to Liv's new track. I'm just going to spam this into the chat for her because she's not here, probably. Or if she is, she's not doing it. And I think it should be spammed more so people can listen to it and just support and tell her what you think. And let's go listen to this. It's this one. There we go. That's what I'm going for. There we go. Yeah, now that is a journey. Like that is absolutely something that starts in one place and ends in a different place. Absolutely. All right, the biggest thing holding this one back from being supremely awesome, instead of just incredibly awesome, is the low end, primarily. It's kind of thickening things up, muddying things up, and things don't sound quite as shiny and clear as they could. And it makes things feel just kind of held back a little bit. So I would go through and try to, well, first bring the low end cutoff up to 55 hertz, 12 dB per octave curve, and then try to remove whatever low end frequencies you can from your reverb channels in future projects. Keep the bass down just a little bit. Ride cymbal down. It's a little bit attention grabby. Really good organic synth work throughout this. This is really great from a composition standpoint. The only improvements you're going to make on this thing are mix-wise, really. It's good stuff. Lastly, Elodie. Oh, man. Little Migos type beat. Round things out. You are welcome. I hope it all vibes with you. Helps you make it even better. LED says, I'm new, but I would love some feedback on this beat I made. This is how you do it, right? This is how you do it. Let's do it. Right here, right now. Ooh, that's nice right there. All right, so I'd bring the low end cutoff up to 40 hertz, 12 dB per octave curve, and I'd bring the sub down about 10 dB. I think these string stabs are awesome. I would hit them with some overdrive to really make them pop. All right, so then there's these other moments. There are a couple of elements in here that I'm wondering, are they AI created or are they just being processed in a way that's leaving them low fidelity and kind of noisy across the spectrum? It is something that you typically get from like diffuse sounds from AI models, which is not a problem. It's just more of how you go about using them in the mix. So it'd be good to know what the source sounds are, and if they are AI created, then we kind of have to treat them in some cases like they are a noise sample because they have more frequency activity across the entire EQ spectrum. That said, there's this moment like at 151 which feels really right. So you can overcome the fidelity clarity thing with layering and what other sounds you're using in the palette in that moment. No, not AI created it. No, I was wondering about this element right here. Here. Like that. Boom, boom, boom. So if that isn't, then what I would suggest is it might be a matter of the original signal being at odds with the process signal. So if it's not fully wet, it might be like a phase thing. I really like the texture of it and like the ambiguity of it, but I do think that it is kind of creating an issue with the clarity there in your mix. That said, this whole track, it can kind of come up in presence and posture. And that's oftentimes going to be done through saturation, right? You're going to make your individual sounds pop by generating a little bit more harmonic in each one, or harmonic information in each one of them. So like, for instance, the horns are fantastic, but if you give them a little overdrive, they'd be even more fantastic, right? You're not going to give your noise any saturation because that stuff is already good. Texture stuff is already good. But your strings, your horns, drums, if you hit those with some overdrive to get them up a little bit, it doesn't have to be overdrive. It could be another form of saturation. But that will help better define each one of the individual sounds. And then the whole thing will feel just a little bit more less faded, more solid. Yeah, it's a good vibe. I like it. You just pitched it up. Oh, okay. So it's more of a phase shift thing happening with the pitch shifting. I gotcha. Absolutely. All right, Burrito. Yeah, let's do this. And then, yeah, Elodie, absolutely. Yeah, hope that vibes with you. Helps you make it even better. Burrito, we're going to close out with you. Guys, start looking to where we're going to rate. Looks like we've lost a whole bunch of folks, but we will power through and we will go raid someone after this. So this one's called Real Master. Burrito. Huge luffs. The hugest of huge luffs. Big loudness. Burrito, this is cool. I like that you are able to maintain clear metallic quality at such a huge loudness level. So good on you. Can I just say that everyone loves a good burrito also? So, good name. Little screech riser in that lead up at the lead up to the first transition at 40 seconds there. And then if there could be just more dynamic change over the course of the rise to transition moment here, leading up to 57 seconds, that could be anything from your volume ramp up is happening at a different rate than your filter disclosure, and then add to that perhaps maybe you've got a small LFO wiggle that is like increasing in depth and intensity over time or something like that, and now all of a sudden it feels like it's way more dynamic even though you've just offset a couple of things. 125 simple transition effects to help bolster the changes. Touch of glitch would be tasty, just in general around the points of transition. But specifically 125 is a good moment to take notice of. 152, nice full assault mode moment here. And as I mentioned already, it's nice that you can keep the integrity of the sound intact at such a high velocity and high volume. So, Kwame, I hope your boo feels better. You stay healthy too. Burrito, tasty. Tasty mechanical assault burritos. I've gone too far. Let's go see who we can go raid. Shall we? See what's happening on Twitch right now. Hello, Twitch. Who's up? Who? All right. We'll go say goodbye to E-Town for the week. I appreciate you guys. We'll be back after the weekend on Monday, and we will be doing it again. Hopefully you stay inspired, make some cool stuff between now and then. We'll do a pretty chill stream on Monday. We'll do a bunch of talking, question answering, making of things. It'll be fun. I'll see you then. Have a good burrito and a good weekend. Bye.